Let's
All right.
go. Dollar.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so my YouTube peeps, let me know in the chat if you're seeing my screen and if everything is okay on your end. All right, so we're gonna be looking at a few possible setups, starting with gold and GJ. Okay, all right, YouTube is active. All right, let's go. All right, so explain some reversals here on gold based off a retest off of this level. It seems as if we might not hold. So, all right, so for persons on the stream, on Sunday we took a sell from all the way up here. And I told you guys that you can have several take profits going all the way down, or you can hold it. If you held, or if you're still holding that trade, then I mean, price fell all the way over 600 pip from that sell. That was the last thing that we looked on before we jumped off of the stream. So let's start a fresh day today and see what we can get from the markets. All right, so I'm looking to take buys on gold, just to see about this candle flipping. Bullish, gonna be a tight stop loss on this one. Gonna just put it below this last candle, and we're gonna see what we can get from here. All right, so right at the top of this one would be 20 pip. Market is not the cleanest. This evening has a lot of indecision going on. So just adapting, trying to see what we can get. This one plays out, then it should be good for the buys overall. But let's see how this one goes first. So if a person's asking, we're already in gold. However, if you're just joining, based on where it's at right now, it's a bit risky for you to jump in, just because we aren't breaking above this high just yet. To begin with was a bit of a risky entry, so I'd advise you that you can just wait until we either break this trend line, retest it, or until we start breaking some highs, then for impulse entry. A person's currently in the trade, you can just put your stops at break even um, right now, and let's just see about going to at least your 20 pip marker. Once we're breaking above this trend line, then we should be in the clear. So currently just waiting on that. All right, so for my late peeps, you can hop in now if you'd like. Anyone who joined late and is looking at entry, you can hop in now. If this move plays out, is that an overall 80 pip move? Um, Not overall, I'm waiting. So ideally, I'd want to see us breaking, closing above this level. But it might push up to hit the 80, then retest. If we get a closure above and a retest of this level, then we continue to play with overall buys as on major time frame. But for right now, yes, this is a key area where we have our 40 pip area as well. All of these are key areas, even the 20 pip is a key point. So we're gonna just take it step by step. I'll update you as we go along. If it's a case where, depending on how the candles are forming and the volume at that time, we'll decide if we're gonna just take it at 80 pip and wait, or we're going to go ahead and have wider take profits. so the buy was a bit of an impulse entry. Um, it's just based on how I trade, how the candles were being printed, and also based on major structure where price is, what price is doing. Um, are your stops usually bigger for intraday setups? Not necessarily. Um, I try to keep 20, 30 pip maximum for intraday setups. Only wider stops would be if we're doing swing trading, and that depends on the trade itself as to how wide it's gonna be. All right, so gonna be looking at a quick scalp on GJ. And this is less than 20 pip for stops. But let's take it. So stop is at 161,700 for a buy on GJ. Going in now as we're breaking above. Let's see if we get the continuation on this one. So that's 20 pips secured on gold. All right, you guys can bring stops to break even. Next target is going to be at 40 pip. So let's go. So based on how price is forming right now, going to adapt to sales, we would have gotten stopped out at break even if you didn't close at TP1 or 20 pips. So let's see if we can get it retest these lows here um, on gold based on how candles are going right now. So we got 20 pip in that direction. Let's see what we can do in sales for right now.
Sorry, did you say we're going for a sell right now? For gold?
Yes.
Okay.
If any you took the buys through GJ, let's just go ahead and bring a stop loss to your entry to secure that position right now. So GJ has been in that area quite a few times, has not broken out just yet. So you can't really just look at a double top, for example, to use that because this wouldn't be a double top in this area. You know, it's been here before, it's been here before, it's been here before, and it's been here. So no, that does not justify it going down. For me, it would have to break below this area. However, based on the fact that we rejected this area right here, and so far it's pushing up, then it's a buy for me. If it rejects from this area, then that's something different. But for me to look into overall sales on GJ, it has to be breaking and closing below this area here for me. So if it's not closing below this area, then I'm all buys. Stronger confirmation once we get a closure above this area, as it's been trying to break above quite a few times, hasn't been successful at that just yet. So overall plays, you just have to pretty much wait it out. And yes, as Karine said, it has tested it 4 times, and this is just on this leg. If you'd scroll over, you'd see just how much price is being tapping into this area. So, no, this is not considered a double top at all right here. No, because then you'd be forgetting all of this, which is pretty much in the same area. So if you look at it on a higher times frame or a wider perspective, then GJ is consolidating within this range. That is what is happening. So pretty much this would be like a 4 hour range. So you just have to wait to see what happens there. But you, based on where price is, what it has been doing, what it is doing, you cannot just use that to say that is a double top. So therefore, it's a confirmation for a sell. No, it was a case where it was just retesting a high, maybe this level. Then you could use this to say a double top. So should price come up to this level, then you'd exercise caution because you can reject as a double top. So yeah, so pretty much, and based on the amount of time it's rejecting, no, it's 4 times going up. So this is definitely getting weaker. So we can look to actually break this level. So that is what I'm playing on for GJ. So hopefully you're able to see that. So just a matter of waiting, just a matter of getting the volume to push through those levels. Yes, Karine, you said it right. Tested that area 4 times, which means it's now a weak resistance area. Well said. So, playing the buys. So someone asked on gold, first TP is at 1937.65. That's for 20 pips. 40 pips is 1935.66. I'll share it in the chat as well. Alright, guys, so I'm looking at this one. We're gonna hop into GU. Um, this ID entry was here or here, but we're on the stream now, so we adapt. Might not use the full 20 pip for a stop loss. Just about here. Possible retest of this line, possible retest of the um, trend line. So we're going in on GU for buys as well. Um, 20 pip just about here. All right, so this one, major structure is a buy as well. So we're looking to take more than 20 pip from the market, but we're gonna take it a step at a time and see what's up. We have 40 pip right here, and then this right here. So we're gonna just target the 20 pip, and then we're gonna target 40, the 50 pip instead of 40, based on the fact that it's the most recent high. So that's what we're looking at. So buys on GU as well. All right. How do you let the minor structure? How do you not let the minor structure confuse you if you see a higher low break on the 5 minute, for example? Um, on GJ, for instance. All right, so I don't, because overall I'm a type of trader who focuses on major structure. So I trade based off my confirmations from the daily time frame, 4 hour and 1 hour. I just use 15 minutes or 30, well not 15, but yeah, sometimes, but mainly 30 minutes is what I use for entries. When I'm doing scalps, I'll go on the 5 minutes like what we're doing now. So even if so for example, you're waiting on a retest here and you see based on minor structure the 5 minute price is trending correctly, then you just jump in on it based on that, but understanding that you're only going to take it from point A to point B, which might just be 20 or 40 pip, and then you have to get out because major structure is doing the opposite. When you're doing it on, when you're, for example, this entry here, no, overall on major structure, GU is for a buy, right? So therefore, with me entering no, it's just a case of finding going to the lower time frame and finding an ideal entry, be it an early entry or a late entry. So in this case, we had price create a resistance here, and then it went down and it created a support here, right? This candle started breaking above. That was the confirmation on the 5 minutes. So it's as simple as that. That was the confirmation. So this is an area, yeah, Merce tested right above the wicks right here, and then it started going up. So as I explained, that it's not the best entry, but based on the candle formation, how they were printing, that is why I went ahead and took it. So it's pretty much the same thing, um, no matter the pair that we look at. Can you look at this? I'm thinking sell on EU pending. All right, so EU, I do have EU pulling back. Well, I'm anticipating EU pulling back. Um, Ideally to this zone right here, or it can pull back to the trend line. So sells, yes, I just have it in orange because I don't see where it was ready. It, as you see, this is a 5 minute and it has a lot of consolidation going on. It's easy to get faked out by invalid confirmations just like this here. Could be a confirmation for a sell, but if you do something like this, it could be a confirmation for a buy as well. So you just have to understand. So on EU, yes, I'm I'm looking at sells because I'm looking at that pullback on EU. So if you're to hop into EU, if you're not already in it, and yeah, you can do it because the last high is still less than just about 20 pips. So you can actually take the sell on EU if you're not already in it. Um, for me, we already have a lot of trades going on the stream, but 5 minute this level. But yeah, so this would be an early impulse entry that you're doing. You can put stop right here, 07800 if you'd like on EU, and then maybe you could use this trend line as a gauge. So you can use those as a gauge to see where price is gonna go. You can wait on the break and retest as well, but I'm anticipating a pullback. It's just that for me, it's not the cleanest. I don't like how the candles are printing. You know, something similar to this is happening, but it's just not moving out of here. So it made a high, made a low, and then it's just printing. So it can break to the upside because for one, it broke and it retested this line. That's why I had this line here. It retested this line. The reason I didn't get in a buy is because I saw it late, but then price is consolidating right now. So I'd say just sit on your hands with EU for now, unless you're going to just scalp it. Safer entries would be breaks below, and you can target this area here, or you can target the trend line. So try not to be too quick on it. As I said, if you're going to enter now, you have to understand that it's just a scalp position, which you can hold if you like, but it would be a scalp. To this level is just about 40 pip on EU. Yeah, but based on what is happening here, it can just fly. So I have to keep that in mind. So it's not the best not the best setup for me right now where EU is concerned. All right. This wow, it's went like 19.5 or something. Pip didn't hit, but that's all right. Um, Gold is taking its own little time as well. But GG is the one that I'm liking for tonight. So I'm gonna pay close attention to her. Really liking GJ as for right now. Alright, so that's 20 pips on GJ. Can bring stops to break even. Alright, come on guys, we just secured 40 pips on the stream without a loss. We got 22 persons watching. We only have 12 likes. Can we get up those likes, please? Let's go. Next up, we're gonna, as I was saying, depending on how we're pushing up, we're not having this as final TP just yet, so we can take partials there, but waiting to see. Alright, so someone just asked me on Zoom about NZDJPY. It's a good thing you asked. Thought I had it marked in orange as I was actually waiting for a buy setup on that. But yeah, so I do anticipate buys. For some reason I was looking at an entry around a retest of this level or whatnot, but at the break of a current 30-minute candle, the high, then we can look to enter 20 pip stop, target this trend line, which is equivalent to this price sensitivity area over here to the left. So that should be good as well. So if you trade NZD JPY or if you want to get in on it, you can. Um, So that's why let me just mark it up in case you wanna. So that's 20 pip. Let me just update this. So you can put your stop at your entry point on gold, as it's having a bit of issue breaking out of this area. Yeah, so it's better we take a dollar than lose a dollar. So let's just adjust that one accordingly. All right. Karen, sorry, not Karen, Karine. Just how long, could you post in the chat how long you've been in the Signal group? I know I remember you joining, but I don't remember clearly. If you don't mind. Alright, so GJ is good. Alright, so GJ is doing what we want it to do. So let's just take a little time with it. Okay. Alright, thank you. Alright, so we're having GJ running, GU running, profits as well. Gold a bit indecisive. Bit indecisive. So if it stops us out on gold, we'll just wait for the break. For buys, we're gonna wait for the break of this trend line and retest. I mean, if you want to hold for sells, you still can. But no, I am really not liking it based on what's happening now in this zone. You can see it's a zone from over here. Price prayed around. Each time price got here, it wasn't just a clean move. So that is cause for concern, and this area as well. So nice little range that it's playing on. So let's just wait and see what's up with that. No need. We already secured 20 pips off of gold. So let's just let it run. And then we have NZD JPY joining the party. Alright, so 5 minutes. So pull back. 30 minutes. Alrighty. And thanks for the likes, guys. Now we're getting better. So let's keep these options open that we're looking at, and let's just wait for some volume to push us through. Let me just do a quick check for news. Let's see what news got for us. so we just got stopped out on gold for anyone who had it at break even. If you're maintaining the stop loss that we had, then it'd still be good. So we closed above this area. So waiting to see, what happens as it relates to the trend line and this area. So gotta be a bit patient and wait. I want to see how the 30-minute candle closes, which is closing in just about 5 minutes. So let us see, because it starts breaking above the high of the last candle right here. So that is key for me as it relates to potential buys because of this level rejecting from this level. But I want to see how this candle closes first. If the new one can come and give us a wick, then continue up, then that would be the indication for the buy. If not, we wait and see where confirmations lies if we get sells or buys from there. So if you're still holding, that's all right. We just wait. So this is a 30-minute trend line, so we're just waiting to see how price reacts to this trend line. So we're in a little bit of waiting as it relates to gold right now. so looking on NZDJPY, I'm not sure which trend line you said. It's testing. So that'd be better if you show me a chart, cause I don't know. Here, nope. Here, nope. It's not retesting this one that I have here. And if I drew one from here, it's not gonna retest. It would have broken it already. I'm not sure where I'd draw this trend line. So if you have it on a chart, just drop the link in the chat and I'll pull it up, take a look at it. Okay? Alright, you said the latter I just showed. I don't even remember what that is, but we'll take a look in just a sec. Alright, so it's currently rejecting from this trend line. So let's wait and see. So first 5 minute out of the hour. So we could be getting the bottom wick right here off of these recent highs, or it could just be continuing the original sell that we had. So still waiting on that. So if you're in the sell just the same, that's fine. I would put my stop at 1940 30 If you're in the sell, just put your stop loss there, just in case. Because the buy is not active, only gonna take it if we start breaking above the 30-minute candle, which a 30-minute candle's high is right here. So that is what we're looking at, but nothing on the buys just yet. For right now, we're still looking to see what the sell can produce, waiting to see what is happening with gold. So let's just be a bit more patient with this one and see what's up with it. All right, let's go back to this. You said the latter. All right, so on NZD JPY, as I was saying, we can get a rejection off of this level. We can get it off of this level, and we can get it off the trend line. All are valid points. So this minor pullback, I'm definitely not worried about it. Um, not worried about it at all, because we're still maintaining structure. So we closed above this significant area here, not just on the 5 minutes. If you look on the 30 minutes, you'll see it. So this is the area. So only looking at sales if we start breaking below. But as for now, I'm not seeing that. So we'll just wait and see what's happening. We have GBP news in just about an hour. So we'll wait on that as well and see what London has to give us. But as for right now, yeah, that's what I'm sticking with on NZD JPY. You can draw a lot of trend lines from a lot of places, but no need to try to confuse yourself. This would be a valid trend line as well. You can wait and break, retest to continue up. So on the 30-minute, you see it broke, it closed above here, but we didn't get a retest of this zone. Right, so it is possible that it's going to retest this zone and the trend line, but no confirmations just yet. So we just sit and wait for it to happen. 5 minutes creating resistance. All right. So we wait on it all. Looks good on the 30 minutes. Looks good on the 1 hour. Yeah, so those are all good. I'm believing that GBP should gain some strength. But we will see. All right. So rejecting the trend line. That is why I didn't haste to just jump in buys. As I told you guys, it's a waiting game. Gold can really mess with you. So it's best to just get some confluences and just wait. That is it. So for right now, we're waiting. We're holding sell positions and waiting. At this point, we really shouldn't tap back into this area unless we're gonna go for a buy. So let's see what gold has to offer us. so this is what I was talking about on gold. Even though I don't really like this 5 minute candle, well, it has about 3 minutes left before it close. But overall, what is happening here is what I spoke to about waiting on this 30 minute to close, then to see if we get a bottom wick on this one. We got the bottom wick, which retested our level, and now we broke above the high of the last 30 minutes candle. So ideally, gold should continue up at least to this area. We have our 20 pip marker here, and we have our 40 pip marker here. So let us see. Now, if we get to 40 pip on gold, then we should go to at least retest this trend line, not getting ahead of ourselves. As a lot of you already saying, gold is playing around. But we are quick to adapt to whatever situation throws at us. So that's good. Um, not bad. All right, let's see. Let's see if this time it will give us 40 pip in one run. So far, we have 20 pip on gold, 20 pip on GJ. Let's see. All right, GJ stop set break even. Alright, GU, we're in drawdown on this one. That's fine. Retest the trend line, retest the zone. Um, hmm, let's see. Possible rejection. Let's see. Because that was in overall sales for GU down to this point. But this was a key area for me. So hence why I was even looking at buys from this area. But this is a little pullback that we're having. So let's see. Let's see if it's just a pullback to retest this area or if this one is going to go against us. Um, do a quick check on this. Alright, so this little baby is currently still in this zone. Alright, we'll wait on that. And then gold is still right here. Someone asked, is it safe to buy gold now? Well, it's never safe. It's always a risk. But yeah, sure you can. You can enter gold now, if that's what you're asking. You can enter. Where are you going? Wanna see we wanna see what it gives. So yes, you can enter gold now. Alright, so someone shared this chart. Thought that I'd share it with you guys as well. So this is their outlook on NZD JPY. As you can see, they had a trend line going down that was broken, retested. Have the same zone marked as I do. So this is and added confirmation as well. So yes, and you could actually put a trend line here just to keep a gauge on sales, possible sales as well, just as I have. But as you can see, this person is looking at the same thing that I'm looking at for NZJPY. I believe, yes, so they're the one who asked me to actually look at it initially, and they just send the chart. So yeah, so pretty good setup. Looking to tap into these highs at this resistance level, support level here is just as well. So we're looking to tap into this area. So pretty good. Alright, so I'm thinking that I might comment on some psychology tonight. So, my peeps, YouTube, um, Zoom, drop your questions, concerns, whatever it is. Let me know. Just drop them in the chat, and I'll just address them and expound on them just the same, and share some gems with you guys. So, feel free to let me know the questions, the concerns, and I'll share my input on it for you. All right, so let's get the ball rolling. No questions just yet, but um, we're gonna go at it. So, what I'd like to say, to begin with, is that we have to acknowledge that psychology plays a major role in our day-to-day life. A lot of times you might hear someone say, it's not what happens to you in life, but how you react to it. That really makes a difference. You know, um, trading overall teaches you about yourself, and I learned that myself, and that's why when I realized and I started applying it, everything started to made sense for me, right? Now, one big thing in trading is this, where psychology is concerned. Always have a plan B. No, you're gonna do your markup, but it's not a case of you looking at let's say you're gonna just do a markup and looking for it to buy or sell. You're doing a markup and you're walking through and you're looking at your confirmations and you're going along. Now, what I mean by a plan B, your confirmations that you're seeing right now is telling you that it's a buy, for example, right? But then when you finish your markup for that buy, you then look at it and then you go at it with the idea that what if it doesn't go for a buy, right? Now, what that does is it opens up your mind to think, you know, if it doesn't go for a buy, what could be the reason? What could be the cause of it, right? So, right then and there, you start looking for that. So, let's use this gold trade for example, right? A minute ago, we were in sales and I was like, okay, I don't like how the candles are forming. Let's put it at break even. But remember that the very first trade that we took was a buy on gold, right? Gave us 20 pip, and that was it. All right. Now, after that, I said to you that we're gonna look for buys because of how this area is forming, right? It's shaping a resistance. Went on to change time frame and said that for the 30 minutes, right? Once we get this candle closing, so it was this candle at the time closed bullish, right? And then I said that we're gonna look to get into the trade should the following candle break above the high of the last candle, which it did, right? But by doing that, it left us with some crazy, ugly looking wicks, right? As you can see here. But remember, I had this trend line here as a 30 minutes trend line, right? Now look at the 5 minute, what happened? We pushed up, closed above this zone that we had on the 5 minutes, right? We came back in just to retest this trend line to continue up. Now, it would have been easy for someone to get in this trade because remember, price pulled back all the way down here, right? Almost half of your take profit. It's very easy for anyone who would have gotten in to actually exit the trade the minute they saw this retrace on this candle. But remember what we were looking for, right? 30 minute had to close bullish and then we needed the new 30 minutes candle to create a bottom wick and then to break above the high. All of that we got. So even though this candle was giving us wicks and behaving all crazy, it gave us exactly what we wanted, right? And when you look at it, you got another confirmation here, which is the retest. Remember, I did not move this trend line at all. I placed it on the 30 minutes time frame and I left it there. And everything you see now playing out, just as how you see now we're back in profits, right? So you just have to be open. It makes no sense. You say, okay, you're looking for buys, but you're not willing to adapt if the market shifts against you, right? Now, how do you avoid revenge trading? You always have a plan, be it a plan that you write out or not, right? Now, if it is where we're looking at buys, for example, and you got stopped out, look first, instead of just jumping back in, look at your reason as to why you got stopped out. Is it a case where you entered here, for example, but you used too small of a stop loss, and too small meaning not just the amount of pips, but is it placed within structure? Because that's how your stop loss makes sense. It has to be placed within structure. Now, just as you see with this stop loss, it is below the last significant low. So therefore, it is within structure and it makes a lot of sense. So once you dissect your trade, the trade that you lost, and you realize if it's a case where it's just your markup that was entirely wrong, then you just reanalyze that trade. If it is that you cannot see a setup, then you leave it alone and you go to another one, right? A lot of times it's just a case of trying to force a trade, trying to be in a trade because the market is open. When you lose a trade, take some time, recap, look at what went wrong, look at what could have been better, look at where you had your stop loss, look at where you had your entry. If you realize that you had a bad entry, then you just wait until the market presents a better entry for you. If you realize that you use too small of a stop loss, then in most cases you can just enter right away, right? And use a proper stop loss. A lot of times, because someone even asked me earlier, um, why 20 pip, right? Now, with the 20 pip stop loss, it's not a case of me just entering a trade anywhere and using a 20 pip stop loss. No, my entry has to, because if you're watching the streams, you will see that before I get in a trade, right? I take up my date and price tool, and the first thing I do is to measure, and I measure to see where my stop would be. If it's within 20 pips, would it need to be a little bit outside of 20 pip for it to make sense? And that is what I use as a guide. So first, before you go into a trade, you have to decide where your stop loss is going to be and where your take profit is going to be. A lot of persons do the opposite. They get in a trade first and then they set a stop loss and then look at the monetary value on it and then be like, oh no, I don't want to lose so much. So they adjust the stop loss. And by adjusting it, you put it somewhere where it doesn't make sense. So a little pullback happens and it kicks you out of the trade. So to avoid revenge trading, I plan my trades. If it hits stop loss, then that's fine. I'm good with it hitting stop loss, right? However, if it's a case where it hits stop loss because maybe it broke a zone that I had and then is rejecting from another zone, then I'll give the trade a second chance. That's it. But always have a plan and don't be jumping in and out of trades. That's it. For every trade you're about to enter or you're entering, you should be comfortable with whatever take profit is there and whatever stop loss is there. Once you're okay with that, then you won't have a need to revenge trade. You'll be like, okay, you lost that one, on to the next. How do you avoid being faked out? Yesterday I was bullish on gold, only for the market to plummet. Alright, so a lot of times, so overall, you're not gonna win all your trades, right? I don't win all of my trades, but I'm still profitable, very profitable, right? So you're not gonna win all of your trades, but you have to be able to differentiate between minor structure and major structure. If you cannot differentiate between the two, then you're always going to get stopped out. Always. Because if you're looking at minor structure to say, oh, it's a buy or it's a sell, and you're forgetting about the major time frame, what the daily is doing, what the 4 hour, the 1 hour is doing, and you're probably on 15 minutes or 5 minutes, then that is going to happen because you're not going to see it. You know, you could have been in a buy rejected this area and you didn't realize that, okay, to the left is just an area, right? Or even what we were discussing um, earlier, right? On another pair, it really has to do with your overall time frame. That has a lot to do with it, right? Because look at the 5 minutes that we were on just now on gold. It looks choppy and all of that crazy amount of wicks and everything. On the 30 minutes now, you get to see somewhat of a structure. Something to say that, okay, we might be getting a buy to maybe retest the wick or retest the trend line or retest the zone, whatever it is. So you always got to pay keen attention to the higher time frame. Take your time to understand it and be open to possibilities. When I just started trading gold to get so good at it, I keep two charts. And a matter of fact, I still do to this day. As you can see, one, this is one chart, right? And this is another. And I do this on most of the pairs that I trade heavily, right? And they're marked up differently, right? As you can see, this is looking different from the chart that we were just on, but it is still gold. So what I normally do is I have two charts. So I go ahead, I mark it up, and I then step away from my system, and then I go and I mark up the next chart and see if I get something different. That is how I do it. So that is something that you can apply as well and see if it does anything for you and your trading. But that would be my suggestion for you. Alright, I'm not able to hold trades for a long time. Market gives me anxiety. Once I see my account in red, I will definitely close the trade once it gets green. Alright, Christabel. No, that's not how you go about it. Understand it being in red. So I spoke on this some time ago. We will sit with the drawdown, we will sit with it, and then once that trade becomes positive, where now it should go in our desired direction, we close the trade, right? Now it's different if you're in drawdown and you go back to your trading view and you realize that, hey, um, I took a bad entry. Maybe this trade was a sell instead of a buy, and you choose to adapt. That is different. But if it's a case where, like this, you believe it's a buy, but you went in some drawdown, and then the minute it comes back to positive, you close, then you're just shooting yourself in the leg. You know, you have to be okay with your trade being in drawdown, unless you're going to wait for some optimal entries, like probably off of the wicks where you have minimal drawdown. And then also you have to check your lot size. If you're using the appropriate lot size, then a little drawdown won't hurt you. A little drawdown won't. So you have to keep those in mind when you're trading. That will help you because you're gonna get frustrated. You're gonna have like 30 trades, 50 trades being closed, and you're not seeing any profits because you just keep closing it out pretty much at break even. see if I got any more questions. All right, you guys are welcome. All right, so we have GBP high impact news within it's about 7 minutes. We're already in buys for GJ. I believe that should continue. However, closer to the time, we might set a sell stop just in the event it decides to reject one more time. We can catch some sells, but closer to the time, we will decide on that. Maybe like a few minutes. But let us see how it plays out. We should be good for buys though. Yeah, but let's wait and see what news is gonna do for us. All right, so news is approaching within seconds. So we're gonna do sell stop at the bottom of this candle, 161,830, and we're gonna see if it breaks below. Not really excited for that, but we're open to possibilities. So let's see. Pretty much would mean that it stops us out. So let's see something. Hold on, one, two, nope, nope. Oh, so no, yeah, news is at 3. It changed because I was just looking on it because it said 2. It said 2 a.m. on my end, but now it's saying 3. All right, false alarm. Let's keep going. Yeah, somehow it changed. I'm not sure because it's saying 3. No, well, that's weird. That's weird. Very weird. I don't know why that would happen. Alright, so how does that work? Also need to implement that. So, Kern, if you're using a computer, right? Well, it's much easier if you're using a computer, laptop, or a desktop, doesn't matter. On your MetaTrader, you would have um, the price at the bottom right on your MetaTrader. You just open it on your screen whenever you're trading, and before you start trading, you just place even a sticky note, you just put it over there and cover it up and not look at it. So you just trade your trades, just take your setups based off what you're doing on trading view. And that's it. You just leave it. You just don't look at how much you're making. You just monitor your trade based off of trading view. Yes. All right, so let's go check on our little psychotic girlfriend over here. Mrs. Gold. Why did this candle come all the way back down here? Uh, uh-oh. Damn. I know a lot of persons must have panicked. The gold coming all the way back down into that zone. Yeah, but we're still alive. Didn't get stopped out. Live to fight another day. So this is where a lot of persons now would have closed. Been in drawdown, came back to profits, and a lot of persons would have closed. But I mean, if I held through this drawdown and it didn't take me out, then if it goes back there and take me out, then that's fine. But I'm not gonna sit through all of this heartache and then the minute I see some profits, I close. No, I'm not about that. You know, all I see this as is just another retest, or better yet, a better one, because this one price didn't really push away. Price pushed away here. Came back, retested the trend line, retested the zone. There you go. Fabian said it. Better retest. That's it. So now we just wait. You would have closed. No, no need to close. You set a stop loss for a reason, so unless it hits, then no. So we just wait. Still seeing it. Um, slowly showing. This is what it looks ugly on the 15 minutes time frame. Because this broke the high. Uh, yeah, because this one here broke the high, but then it's trending down. So this is a bit ugly on a 15 minutes time frame. Gold is doing a lot, but I think it's just preparing to make a move. We just gotta wait and see. 1 hour not looking any better. Not looking any better. Still a lot of wicks to the top, to the bottom. 4 hour, not so much. Alright, so the 4 hour. This one closed. Oh, I don't like the close of this though. It doesn't have a wick at all. Doesn't have a wick. Hmm. Alright, so I'm not liking gold anymore, but it is what it is. Mm, let's see, it's creating another zone up here. Alright. Do you think CPI and an R will drop price in GJ? I'm not sure. I am not certain of how news affects GJ in a sense, whereas gold, I can say, if it's good, this gonna happen or that's gonna happen. But based on where price is on GJ, I know it's gonna break one or two ways. Um, but closer to the time, I'll see what volume is doing. I was thinking that we would have gotten a break above already, and I was thinking that would have gotten a break above here, but it's currently rejecting. It's currently rejecting that level. So I am waiting to see what's up with that. Waiting to see what's up with that for GJ. Because this is an area, really big one. So I didn't expect price to just push through it, but price has to move. So if it's going to wait on news to do that, then sure. But we will see. We'll see what the candles are looking like closer to that time. It's a 5 minute order block. I see gold is still on his foolery. Only GU and NJ. Um, alright. You're welcome, Lizette. Alright, so let's take a look on GU. So GU retesting. GU retesting. I'm not a fan of the this retesting should go. Not a fan of the order blocks. Um, not something that I use, or let's say not something that I actively use, because someone pointed out the other night that I was using some strategy. I don't even remember the name, but I know I don't use that name, so but yeah, I'm not sure how y'all order blocks work. Never really looked into it. I know that it's similar based on some persons who I see that point out to say, hey, this is an order block. It seemed to me as, just another variation of support and resistance. So, yeah, but when I say I don't like how it's looking, I just don't like how it's looking, but I'm not gonna change a bias on this one on gold buys unless it takes me out. especially because of the fact of where price is at right now and what the higher time frames are looking like. Yeah. Yes, Christopher. Because the thing is this, right? If you try to do 2 minute trades, I have persons who, a lot of persons reach out to me even before saying that, I send a lot of signals and sometimes it's confusing because they don't know what to take, and I'm always saying I just focus on um either a set amount of signals that you're going to take or a set pair or pairs that you're going to take, and that will make it easier because you're not always gonna be able to trade everything unless you don't mind and that you're using a lot size where it's smaller than where it can take. So for example, you'd normally do a 0.50, but because you're gonna take everything, then you probably do a 0.10, you know. So yeah. Um yeah, trust me guys, watching Trading View, all right, look at this, right? I know a lot of you wouldn't have no pressure staying in this trade with this pullback here if you were just watching it on TradingView. But when you're looking on your MetaTrader and you're seeing the money, the negative, all the red, you know, it's not so easy. And imagine if you closed when you got at break even, or you closed in the red. All this green or this blue, you wouldn't be seeing it now, you know? No, it's fine to put your stop at break even because you're up in profit. You're just like 18, 19 pip going to touch a 20 pip take profit right now that we've been waiting on for the longest while. So take it from me. I have done it. I struggled before. I struggled with patience. I had struggled with psychology. I had struggled with greed. I had struggled with fear of missing out. I had struggled with, I believe, all the struggles there is trading wise, and it works. Worked for me, and I've instructed a lot of persons to do so, and it has worked for them as well. Just focus on your trades, focus on getting a winning trade, and move on to getting another winning trade. You know, the money will come once you're having winning trades. So once you're having those winners and you know what it feels like, you know what to look for to get those winners, and you get into the habit and you get into the flow of it, then it's easy to just throw a bigger lot size on there and have a big win because you're already familiar with winning. You're already familiar with the winning setups, you know, and that's it. It is that simple. You can't focus on the money first, you know. No, because in order to make the money, you need winning trades, you need profitable trades, right? Profitable trades gives you the money. The money doesn't give you profitable trades. So just focus on that bit of it first, and y'all will be fine. So for Trudell, yeah, this is what we have for Geo. So got in a bit early, but then had our trend line and this zone marked off as a possible areas for a retest. Got the retest just where we anticipated, and then looking for buys. So first stop of 20 pips right here. Going for the overall though, I'm looking at buy. So looking to see if we can break above this resistance area here, which is just at the 20 pip level. And if we do break above it, then continued buys are in play, at least up to this level here. Um, I don't know if you want to use a fib, you can put it there, but waiting on price to do its thing because right here we closed above this area, which was a key area for me, tapped into this area, so therefore next target would have been here. So um, buys is what we were looking for as it relates to Geo. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at for Geo. So hopefully we get there soon, but that is the analysis for Geo. So overall, we're looking at buys. Ooh, finally, gold gave us 20 pips. Finally. Waited some time for this one. We've been waiting. We've been waiting. We've been waiting. And now she looks ready to go. Alright, so again, we keep overall bias as I was telling you. Want to see how it react to this 40 pip area. And then from there, we decide where we're gonna go. Ideally, I'm looking for it to break above. But even though it's my favorite pair, I don't control the market. So I'm waiting. Ideally, this is the play that I had for gold. And then we decide what else to do from there. But that is the play that I've been working with. And then if you throw a fib, it pretty much be right into TP1. TP2 would be right at this other key level. So you see you have confluences there adding up. But again, step at a time. So we just secured another 20 pip on gold. So we're currently up 60 pip. Got some stopped out at break even, but we're fine. So let us see if we'll get this continued push straight through our level. Is that's what I'm looking at. Uh, yes, please focus on the trades, not the money. The trades make you the money. The money don't make the trades. All right. So need to learn how to trade on the 5 minute. Well. The five. All right. Listen, the 5 minute will mess you up. To be honest, it is not easy because, and let me show you why. Because of situations like these, you know, it's easy on the 5 minutes. It's easy to think that it's buying. It's easy to think that it's selling when in truth and in fact it's not really doing anything. Master the trading enough itself, be good at the 1 hour or the 30 minutes, all right? And then you take that knowledge to the 5 minutes. So do the 5 minutes last, all right? And then it's gonna be the same principle, though you have to use the same principles as you would for the 30 minutes or the 1 hour, right? If you're using the same principles, then you'll be fine. But it it takes some nerve and it takes some understanding of the markets itself, the charts itself, so as to not get faked out or not even faked out, so as to not jumping in and out of trades. That's it. Because look at it, right? We could have had a lot of losses since we started this stream with gold, right? Right here, it gave us a big push. We could have jumped in. We got in for buys, but not based off the push, right? We got our 20 pips. We take it out. Right here, we could have held, held sells and saying that, oh, we're waiting because it's gonna sell. And then you get this pullback and you close the pullback, you go for a buy right here, right? You go for a buy right here, it pulls against you, you enter a sell. Then it pulls against you, you enter a buy, right? You get this big wick, you're like, okay, yes, this is going good. And then it pulls back against you, right? You enter a sell. So you could have entered a whole lot of positions in here just based off of a 5 minute. So you have to take some time to understand it and realizing that, okay, it is different and the 5 minutes is going to do a whole lot more movement than the larger time frames. Once you get that and you're patient enough, you'll be fine. But I would say you don't need to really, especially if you're having, well, I guess you're looking at the 5 minutes because you're having trouble with holding your trades. But the 5 minutes can mess you up. Like it can really, really mess you up. So you gotta be careful. All right, dot my I's and cross my T's and let it run for 2 good months because I got a skill set. Need to download MT4. Yeah, so I don't advise trading on your phone. I mean, you can monitor the trade, yes, but I don't advise trading on your phone. It's way, way different. There's a lot of stuff you won't see as if you're looking at it from a computer, So I don't advise it, but if that's what you have, then that's what you have. You mark it up on TradingView, you enter it on your phone, and then you leave it. If you're going to adjust that trade, then you adjust it based off of TradingView, not based off of your phone. MetaTrader can and will mess you up, especially on your phone. All right, you're welcome. You just gotta find what works for you, you know. Trend line breaks and retest, is key as well, but majority of the times you're gonna have a break and a retest in an area where there's a zone as well. So if you can draw supply and resistance zones, then you'll be fine. Just work with that. If you find another strategy that works for you, then just work with that. Whatever you find that is easier for you, you just stick with that. There's a not it's not a one size fit all when it comes on to trading. It's really an individual game. It's what works best for you, you know, because only you know yourself inside and out. So you decide what works best for you based on your knowledge, based on your experience, and all of that. As I said, I learned about um, what's that thing? Divergence. And back when I was doing my course, when I was learning, I was good at it, good at finding it for the course. But then after moving away and doing other topics, and then going back to it, I realized that I was struggling with it. And then I was like, you know what? To hell with this one. I'm not gonna waste my time trying to really understand it when I realize that I can do well without it. It might take other confirmations in mind. Might have to add one or two more confluences, but at the same time, it works. Not everyone is gonna understand everything. So you just have to find something that works with your strength. You know, that is it. Just as how trading is easy, but it's not for everyone. You know, a lot of persons don't like math, they don't like numbers, you know, none at all. So you just gotta focus on what goes for you. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes it will test, sometimes it will break, sometimes it will run through and through it. You know, that's just it. All right, so we're gonna be closing off soon, but I want to see news, and then I'll update you guys on what to look for as relates to trades, um, and so forth. By the way, from the session that we did on Sunday, anyone that's still on the call held that gold sell that we were in? It was the last trade that we took. Anyone held that? Not me, man. It was the last call. I knew, I don't remember the name. I don't see her on here, but someone had asked for one more trade. She said, I just need one more trade. And I said, all right, for you, let's do another gold sell. I got in the sell, and that sell was beautiful. Gave the levels to hold for and stuff like that. It was beautiful. Too much anxiety. Yeah, I know what you mean. But that's why the higher time frame helps as well. You know, at least for me, you get to, it takes away a lot of those anxiety, a lot of fears, a lot of stress, out of trading. It really does. Yeah, Sunday was great. Sunday was something else. Sunday was something else. We had just the right amount of volume. Personally, I normally finish trading for myself. Like when I'm trading, I'm normally done trading by Monday morning, Monday evening, Tuesday the latest. Because majority of the times, Sunday night gives me all the moves I want. And I just take them and I'm done. My Sunday was beautiful. Beautiful. We got almost 2000. Well, if I'm to count the one that we left running, the gold cell, then it's over 2000 pip. But on the call we caught, I believe it was over 1200 or somewhere there, but I stopped counting after we took the second to last buy on gold, but it was really good. But that's what I'm saying though. Like all you gotta do is just focus on the trade, you know. You have different type of setups, you know. You have some setups where everything aligns for you and you're 100% confident that this trade is gonna go in your direction. I call that an A plus setup. And when I get those setups, I go hard on my position, you know. And at times I don't need the full take profit, right? Because, for example, even this trade, right? It is a nice setup, yes. And 20 pip, 40 pip would have been good because for my A plus setups, I don't need them to go a long way. They're gonna go, they are going to go in the direction, and they are going to go to take profit. But at the same time, I might just not be interested in waiting, you know? And sometimes I just enter it and I just leave it because I know it's going to go. You don't need to trade every pair, you don't need to trade every day. You literally can do it within one or two trades per day, or even just three quality or two quality setups for the week. That's it. Alright, someone asking about gold. Top down analysis. Well, I'm going to do a top-down analysis, but what we're looking at is gold. And this is what we're looking at. So we took buy entry, select secured some pips. Currently waiting to see how gold reacts to this area. Ideally looking for continued buys on gold, possible retest of this area, possible retest of this trend line, and then we take it from there. So not looking at a super long move, as we could just fall back into a retest of here, retest of here, or anything could happen because we have news as well. Tomorrow, I believe, gotta do better with keeping up with news. But yeah, we have FOMC statements and press conference tomorrow at 2 and 2:30. So it'd be interesting to see what happens on gold. Um, yeah. So ideally, this is what we're currently working with for right now. And buys waiting to see what happens here, and then what happens at the trend line. See if we get a rejection or if we get a break and a retest to go higher. So, um, news is coming up shortly for GBP. After that, we're gonna end the stream, but before I do so, I'll walk you through on what to look for should anyone of you be up trading after the stream. And GJ just consolidates right before the news. Such a bummer. All right, so let's hear what you guys think. GJ for buys, GJ for sells. Let's hear what the chat is saying. Let's hear what the chat is saying. All right, we got one for buys. GJ buys. Got a minute and 30 seconds. This should also sell. I can't wait to take Chris on to learn impulse and she were talking about on Sunday. Heard that while we were watching the Sunday stream. Oh yeah, we cover all of that. So you get that as well. If it breaks the gray resistance zone, then wait on a retest for buys. Buy, short-term sell, but buys overall. Okay, let's see. Short-term sells, but possibly to this trend line, this red line. And let us see, if you want to take sells, then you can do a sell stop at 161 800. 161 800 if you're interested in sells, because if it breaks there, then it might give us a little bearish run or a big one. Let's see. Let us see. We got just a few more seconds left. Huh. Buys, 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 buys. Okay. We got, oh, what was this? 40 pip? So 40 pip while we're running. Remove all take profits from GJ. Um, let's see. All right, so remove a take profits. We're targeting 162, but it's gonna fly through it. GU is up 20 pip as well. All right, let us see. Let's see how far this pushes us. Want to see if it breaks out of the zone completely. That would be nice. Clear all of this. Want to tap into this area. All right, so it's not looking bad. It's not looking. That means. All right. So let's do an update. So we just tapped 40 pips on GJ. So what we're gonna look at now, if we're the next take profit, hold on. Let's do 162,630. You can look to take partials there. Um, Ideally, my next area is right here, right at the red line, but I'd want to say 16. Hold on. Yeah, 163, 163. That's the next area that I'm looking for it to go into, should the buys continue. I'm overall bullish, maintaining bullish on GJ as before we started. So this is a trade from the signals group targeting these highs over here. So it is something you can look into as well to see um, if price gets to that area. But monitor closely and see just what is willing to do. Don't get scared of this little pullback. Unless it starts breaking lows, then you'll be fine. Should be fine for GJ. So still adapting to buys. Key zone is 163. You have to watch there for possible rejections. If we continue above, then we can look to tap into 164. So keep those price points in mind for GJ. Let's take a look at Geo. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, so we tapped into GJ, um, 20 pip. Next target area was 50 pip, which is at the most recent high. That's the next spot for GU. So the another target area for me is pretty much let's see, 23 300. So 1.23300. That's my next target for GU. Overall bullish, but pay attention to the most recent high on GU. Ensure that we break above there before you're looking to move your target. Price may continue to push due to CPI after the news is settled, so you may get further push. feel free to, if price taps into these areas, you can feel free to leave a runner. If you get a strong push above this zone, above the last high, then you can hold GJ. Sorry, GU. You can hold GU to tap into these areas, but try not to be too greedy with that, please. The next one, NJ. All right, so NJ hasn't reached 20 pips as yet. It's just approaching. This was one of the cleaner setups that we had. So overall, I'm targeting this trend line, which is just about 100 pip from our entry. As you can see, we have three take profits, so you can monitor it accordingly as well. And you pay attention to this trend line. So this trend line, you can see it's coming from the top here. So you can draw it on your trading view as well. You just pay attention. Also, this trend line is in sync with these previous highs based on where price decides to retest. So that is what. So you don't need to, should we tap into these areas above 80 pip, going to 100 pip to the trend line, if you're going to bring it beyond the trend line, then you'd have to wait for a break and a retest. But again, don't get too greedy. This is a trend line retest and a possible triple top. Okay. Final, I think we did gold already, but now gold is rejecting to do a possible retest. So if you got stopped out in gold, then that's fine. Not going to advise any other entry on gold if you didn't adjust your stop loss and you still have it down here. Then your choice is you can close now or you can wait to see how it plays out. As yes, it can break to continue down, being that it rejected from this area. So that's the updates for all the pairs that we looked on. So you you guys made some money. We're not gonna compare what we got today. We're pretty much grateful we didn't suffer any losses. We just made money off our positions, so that is pretty good. So once again, I appreciate each and every one of you for joining, for liking the stream, for subscribing, for sharing. I see persons have been subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. I appreciate each and every one of you taking the time out to join the stream and to be interactive as well. So, from today, I'll be on, um, come, today's what, Tuesday. So, we'll be on again on, today's Tuesday. Sorry, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. Yes, Thursday. So I'll see you guys on Thursday. Enjoy your night, enjoy your day. Stay safe.